Good morning, everybody. Start our week off as we do each week. We start with a little prayer to keep us going safely and soundly throughout the week. So let us pray. E ngā maunga whakahi karawa ki ngā moana tū moana ki te teiteitanga, ki te hohonutanga o te wai. Koe tū te whenua e tū nei runga I tēne o ngā ao rāko aura ki tērā o te whānuitanga ake o e nei tū āhuatanga. Tukuna mai ki runga ki tēnei hui te ronga ake o tēnei wiki, te māramatanga, te ihi me te mana. Ke pai ai te whakatakoto wa tātou kōrero. Kia tutu ki pai ai ngā wawata ke rungi a tātou I tēnei wā tūturu whakamaua kia tīna haumi e, hui e, tai e. Kia ora tātou.
Got it right. Welcome everybody to this third week of hearings this week in relation to historical and cultural values and urban form and development. And before I start, I've got to do this health and safety briefing, so apologies to those who had to suffer it before. It's like being on an aeroplane. The evacuation and emergency procedures are out through the doors that you enter. If you have any such emergency, can you rally at the Spates Ale House, which is very appropriate, and stand there until the fire wardens completed their reconciliation duties. And I'm told that I'm to tell you that if there's an earthquake, take shelter under any close by desk until the shaking stops and wait further instruction from the fire ward. Otherwise, if you need any assistance during the hearing, the Administrator Kate McKinley is seated at the far end of the desk to our left. And otherwise, I just ask you to make sure that cell phones are turned off. And there is one further preliminary matter that I want to mention this week, and that is that I personally drew to the attention of the Target Regional Council before these hearings commenced the fact that a rather close friend of mine who's present in this room at the moment inveigled me to have a look at a submission that he was starting to draft well before I got involved in this process, and I was staying at his home. And I remember the only thing I remember about it is saying to him that you do actually need to seek some relief, and but it means that I've actually looked at an early draft of the submission by the Central Otago Heritage Trust. It would be quite an appropriate background for me to be involved as chair in relation to the hearing of that submission, and it happens to be covering matters that are rather unique to that particular submitter. So I will be vacating the chair. Alan Hubert will take over the chair's role for the hearing of that submission to make it look as a perception above board as well. I'll actually retire to the retiring room. So there will be a need for someone, Kate, to come and rescue me from my solitary confinement in that room at the end of that submission. And I mean no disrespect to Central Otago Heritage Trust in doing that. So with that commencement, we'll start with the Otago Regional Council's presentation in relation to historical and cultural values.
So our RC will call Angela Fenimore, and she has a way to hand up here for the outline.
Kia ora koutou, ko Angela Fenimore aho. This I will be reading through my opening statement on the historical and cultural values chapter of the Otago Regional Policy Statements. So this statement provides an update on my understanding of the key issues and contention for the historical and cultural values chapter of the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement 2021, since I prepared my Section 42A report and supplementary evidence on this topic. If I have not discussed an issue considered in my Section 42A report, I consider that either the issues have been resolved or that the remaining issues are not significant. The key issues raised in the evidence on this topic can be broadly categorised into the following themes. Practical implementation of provisions related to the protection of historic heritage and avoiding adverse effects. Providing for new infrastructure, including that which is not nationally or regionally significant, and providing for existing activities. In addition, the evidence from Murray Bruss for the Director General of Conservation highlights that the Section 42A report does not specifically address their submission on HCV HHP3, and I addressed that submission in this opening statement. Protection of historic heritage and avoiding adverse effects. Some challenges were made to the drafting by several submitters, particularly in relation to protection of historic heritage and how to practically navigate those requirements. The evidence in chief from Paul Freehan for Dunedin City Council notes that this is a concern that HCV HH03 suggests protection of every item of historic heritage, regardless of the competing objectives in the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement. The solution suggested by DCC includes an amendment to the objective to only retain historic places and areas with special or outstanding values. The EIC from Ben Farrell for Otago Fish and Game Council, Wayfair Group, which is now Real New Zealand, and Trojan Holdings, states that the direction in HCV HHP5 to avoid adverse effects is inappropriate and presents a potentially high risk of people being unable to subdivide, use, and develop resources that may affect historic heritage. This is particularly as they consider that other HCV provisions, including HCV HHP4 and Act 8, set reasonably low thresholds for identifying historic heritage. Similarly, Clear Hunter for Oceania Gold notes that the submission on HCV HHP5 was founded on the basis that it is likely to be overly restrictive and has potential to significantly constrain development on sites which may be proximal to or contain historic heritage. Excuse me, I've just realised that I'm reading a version of my opening statement that doesn't include a paragraph where I respond to the evidence on the Waihi Te Puna chapter. So I will go back to paragraph 5 on page 1 and read that before recommencing my reading of the statement. So in relation to the HCV WT, the Waihi Te Puna chapter, the evidence was either in support of the Section 42A recommendations or provided further clarification on the points raised in submissions. Clarification and context of the submissions was provided in evidence in chief by Maria Bartlett, Michael Bathgate, and David Higgins for Kaitahu. And while there are some minor outstanding matters, I do not consider that any issue raised to be significant. And on that point, I note that Michael Bathgate has recently pre-circulated some amended wording to Act 11, which is the Accidental Discovery Protocol provisions. And while I haven't addressed it in this opening statement, I'm happy to respond in my reply.
Where are we now?
I will continue reading from paragraph 7. I apologise for reading from a different version that was pre-circulated. The evidence in chief from other submitters raised concerns about the direction in Policy 5 to avoid adverse effects, stating that the requirement is inappropriate or overly restrictive and presents a potentially high risk of people being unable to subdivide, use, and develop resources that may affect historic heritage. Mr. Farrell for Otago Fish and Game Council Wayfair Group, now Real New Zealand, and Trojan Holdings considers the HCV/HH provisions set reasonably low thresholds for identifying historic heritage. Evidence from Kirsty O'Sullivan for Queenstown Airport describes the need for the provisions to provide for greater nuancing around the proportionality of heritage loss to the heritage gain, with an acknowledgement that adverse effects may arise as a result of adaptive reuse or upgrade, HCV/HHP7, which Ms. Sullivan considers to be an acceptable outcome provided that heritage values are maintained. It is noted that for HCV/HH Policy 5, Michael Bathgate for Kaitahu prefers the drafting from the Kaitahu Kia Otago submission. The EIC from Mr. Bathgate also notes that at 11, Accidental Discovery Protocol requires adaptation to recognise Kaitahu Rakaterataka and Kaitiakataka. Providing for new infrastructure. Another key issue is the extent to which the HCV provisions recognise and provide for infrastructure, including that which is not nationally or regionally significant. These concerns primarily address the provisions HCV P5, Managing Historic Heritage, and HCV HHP6, Enhancing Historic Heritage. The telecommunication companies have sought to add a new clause to HCV HHP5 to ensure that the importance of infrastructure connections to heritage buildings are recognised in the ongoing use and protection of historic heritage. This matter was addressed in my Section 42A report, where I stated that as the provision provides direction on the management of historic heritage, there was no need for a specific infrastructure connections clause. Additionally, the telecommunications companies have acknowledged that in the EIC authored by Mr. Chris Horn, that these concerns could be resolved if the hearing commissioners were to adopt the amendment to the definition of regionally significant infrastructure as recommended in the supplementary evidence for the EIT chapter. Transfer sought a new clause to HCV HHP5 to provide cross-reference to the EIT INF section, saying that it would provide clarity regarding the management of effects of the national grid on historic heritage. Providing for existing activities, including infrastructure. Several submitters have expressed concern regarding the extent to which the provisions provide the continuation of existing activities. Manawa Energy state that the provisions need to be practical and regarding the enhancement of heritage assets when they are part of a functioning renewable electricity generation scheme. Additionally, they state that the provisions only provide for the protection and reuse for new purposes of historic heritage items, but do not provide for the continued use and operation of the items. Similarly, Oceana Gold have sought for the deletion of clause 3 and 4 of HCV HHP5, as they consider that the clauses contradict the cross references to HCV HHP7. So analysis of Director General Conservation submission on HCV HHP3. So just for context, HCV HHP3 is recognising historic heritage, and it provides a list of sites and aspects that of historic heritage in Otago. So it states that recognise Otago's historic heritage includes, and then it lists a number of those aspects. So the EIC from Murray Brass, the doc, highlights that the Section 42 report does not specifically address the submission on this policy, and I agree this was inadvertently missed in the submission analysis. Doc seeks to insert a new clause, noting that the policy does not recognise the Heritage New Zealand Pohiri Taonga Act, which is directly relevant to the purpose of the policy. The submitter provides an example of how this may be worded as follows. So if we look at the chapeau of that policy, recognise that Otago's historic heritage includes, then insert a new clause, any historic place within the meaning under Section 6 of the Heritage New Zealand Pohiri Taonga Act 2014. I agree with the submission from Doc and consider that including the additional clause in the policy would provide clarification that historic heritage also includes any historic place within the meaning set out under section 6 of the Heritage New Zealand Kohiri Taonga Act. I have included section 6 of that act in full, which states a historic place means any of the following that forms part of the historical and cultural heritage of New Zealand and lies within the territorial limits of New Zealand. Land, including an archaeological site or part of an archaeological site. 2, a building or structure or part of a building or structure. And 3, any combination of land, buildings, structures, or associated buildings or structures, or parts of buildings, structures, or associated buildings or structures. And B, includes anything that is in or fixed to land described in paragraph A. I recommend that the submission from Director General of Conservation on HCV HHP3 be accepted, and that the policy is amended as below. Track changes are shown in black text from the original section 42 report recommendations, and track changes shown in red are updated changes recommended since the section 42 recommendation report. And I just note that the version of the document that has been handed out was printed in black and white. So the addition is set out in clause 12, capital B, which reads any historic place within the meaning under section 6 of the Heritage New Zealand Community Parliament Act 2014. That is underlined in his footnote number 23. I also note there was another formatting error in clause 1 where Māori has not been struck out. So that will be amended in the reply version.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. There may be some questions.
Thank you, and good morning, Angela. Just while we're on that last point, the recommendation in relation to doc submission sort of occurs to me that policy, that what it seems to be identifying is the things that may actually be a historic site, a place under section 6. Just seems to be out of kilter in that particular policy. Did you have a comment on that? Or I understand that is what a historic place is defined as under that act, but this policy seems to be saying that historic heritage is made up of all these different sort of buildings and places and things that will be identified under that section 6 as a historic place.
I do agree with you there, and in my considering of that submission, I thought it would be useful to make sure it was clear that for avoidance of doubt, that also includes any matter that is defined by that section of the Act. So perhaps a sensible amendment might be to include that at the bottom of the policy and with those words for avoidance of doubt also includes any historic place within the meaning of section 6. So rather than include it in the list, perhaps have it at the bottom as a statement that clarifies the intent of that list.
Well, we're on definitions. At your page 7, paragraph 24, you set out the historic heritage definition from the Act, which includes 6 things there, ranging from archaeological down to technological. Then when we get over to page 80, when you discuss APP8, which is the identification criteria, that section, and it's been raised by a number of submitters, to my way of thinking, extends that definition. And this is actually Central Otago Heritage Trust have identified this and saying, well, those other things in there haven't been defined, and you need to define them, whereas other people are saying you need to get rid of them because they're not part of the actual definition. I know where it comes from, but can you enlighten to me what the implications of that may be in heritage documents when or district plans when that it's not consistent with the actual definition in the Act? Do you see any implications for that?
But as you identify, you do understand the genesis of that appendix, which is the historic heritage Haere Tonga guidelines identifying significant historic heritage, and the criteria that has been, or the values that have been identified in that appendix are also referred to. Just pull up that section of the Act.
What Act? The Heritage New Zealand Act. I mean, I look at the aesthetic and I know Roe has probably got a very beautiful house that could fall under that, and it may have no heritage value, but it could be caught by that. So
Yeah, absolutely. So section 66 of the Heritage New Zealand Haere Tonga Act sets out the criteria for a place that has historic heritage, and it lists all of that in clause 1. It lists all of those values that are included in Act 8, which are then used in the significance guidelines. So that's the genesis of the use of each of those values within the appendix. And I do agree that it does go beyond the definition of historic heritage that is set out in the Resource Management
the
Act.
difficulty with that is that they're not the regulatory authority under the RMA.
No.
Local councils are.
Yeah. And so if we are to use the appendix 8 and identifying what has historic heritage, it does go beyond that definition. So like you say, it could to some extent indicate that a house that is beautiful, if we're only looking at the aesthetic value, forms part of historic heritage. But we also need to be considering this, the appendix in combination with the definition of the Act of historic heritage itself. So that's identifying that something with historic heritage has some of those values that are listed. So mindful that any practitioner that is using that appendix is that also meets the definition set out in the RMA. The second part of that appendix then categorises something that has been identified as having historic heritage is what is the significance of that value being nationally or regionally significant, standing or special. So that's the second part of that, but I understand that's not your line of question.
Well, that kind of leads into my next question around that. The DCC have raised issues around that, and I think without referring to the section 42 report, 42A report, HHO3 uses the word protected, and as we know in section 6, I can't remember in which subsection it is, but there is a qualifier with that in relation to historic heritage. It's not there with Waihi Puna, but it's there with historic heritage, inappropriate use development subdivision. And that kind of think what they're saying, it doesn't go through into the provisions because it's impractical and almost impossible to retain everything with heritage value. And there's no recognition from what I can see in some of the policies around, for example, in terms of what may be appropriate as opposed to inappropriate when you have public safety issues. And I'm considering this more in relation to buildings, which I guess in an urban environment. or they could apply that maybe to gold mining relics. There's no sort of recognition of public safety aspects or the practicality of actually retaining every significant building. I think that was the concern that they were. Same with, I think you mentioned with Mr. Farrell, the use of the void. Do you have any comment in relation to how that could be addressed? Because I think what they're saying is that it's going to be very difficult to trickle down to a district plan to actually allow that to happen.
Yeah. Yes. So in relation to the requirement to protect historic heritage, the qualifier set out in section 6. Section 6 of the RMA sets out, like you say, that it's protecting historic heritage from inappropriate use, subdivision and development. So the effects management hierarchy is talking about avoiding adverse effects on places or areas with special or outstanding historic heritage values and qualities, and it provides several exemptions. And that is the integration of historic heritage set out in policy 7. And also for regionally and nationally significant infrastructure that a different effects management hierarchy applies. So that's indicating which activities may not be inappropriate in respect of historic heritage.
Yeah, to a degree, it's still requiring the use of those resources, reuse and upgrade of those resources. When what they're saying is that may not be possible at all times.
And be unclear, but it is unclear to me through submissions and evidence whether or not P7 with the adaptive reuse or upgrade of historic heritage might provide for that, for their concerns.
Thank you. That's it's really just clarification for my own thinking around where these things. The genesis of the policies, but thank you for that.
The interchangeability of terminology is one of the classic challenges in exercises like this. And I go to your paragraph 55, where you refer to cultural landscapes in Waihi Tupuna, the interchangeability there, and at the end of which you've invited Ngāi Tahu i Murihuku to expand on the points. Now, I was looking to see where their response might have been, and it seems to me that it's come out in objective 1 where we've just simply changed Ngāi Tahu cultural landscapes to Kaitahu Waihi Tupuna. Is that, do I interpret that correctly? That that's their response?
Yes, and it might also traversed in the supplementary evidence.
Okay.
So that was dated version I had doesn't have a date on it, sorry. So the supplementary evidence that was pre-circulated following discussions with submitters. There are some additional track changes there.
This actually takes me on to a broader question, unless you've got something else here. Yes. The other issue that I had was the more generic term wahi tapu. Yeah, this doesn't feature all that prominently in the discussions. And now I accept that wahi tupuna are wahi tapu. That's like saying all wahi tupuna are cultural landscapes, but not all cultural landscapes are wahi tupuna, kind of,
Yes.
you know, conundrum that we have. But in your exchanges with Kaitahu, for example, was there much expansion beyond the term wahi tupuna to bring in the wider aspects of wahi tapu?
From my memory of discussions with Kaitahu, it was envisioned that wahi tapu were could form part of or are within wahi tupuna.
Yes, no, I understand.
But nothing more specific than that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I cannot add.
Yeah, no, I was looking for it in your supplementary evidence. I didn't see anything more on that. And it was just one of those little curiosities, I guess, on my part that I just, I think to a certain extent, we've kind of sort of lost touch with the broader aspects of wahi tapu and brought them down to focus on things like wahi tupuna, which are relatively new things. I mean, wahi tupuna is a recent phrase. It's not a term that's, you know, whereas wahi tapu has. And I just wondered whether that's one of the the issues that we might need to more clearly focus on in this. Yes. Because why? I mean, I imagine a scenario where there'll be particular wahi tapu that aren't wahi tupuna, and I don't know any of your family right now, that could kind of sneak up us and bite us in the rear end if we're not cognizant of the fact that there is this broader thing around wahi tapu. Another question. You made a point about the Mana Whenua chapter as being where some of this stuff, if I understood you correctly, some of this might have been better put. Do you still hold to that view, or is that?
To the extent where it sets out relationships and sort of between Kaitahu and council and the responsibilities and in terms of how Kaitahu are going to be involved in resource management and particularly through the APIs and other statutory documents, then I think it is appropriate that those provisions and descriptions remain in the Mana Whenua chapter. So anything more specific that's related to wahi tupuna and the management of that belongs in the historic heritage, the HCV, the WT chapter.
No, I think the rest is reasonably straightforward to follow because you presented it quite well. And if I keep going, I'll just be nitpicking. So thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks. Alan's covered off pretty much what I had, but just to expand a little bit, if we look at go to P5 and subsection 2, we're avoiding adverse effects on areas or places with special outstanding historic heritage value. And I suppose I'm just still not 100% clear where we've got Appendix 8, which is talking about criteria for places with historic heritage, but how do we actually get to that next level of defining what special or outstanding is in there? Is there any guidance around that, or is that something which would be quite subjective?
So in the supplementary evidence, we included some additional amendments to that appendix. So that's the version that has the red underline, where we've set out specifically step 2. So the first step is to identify places and areas with historic heritage, and the second step is to go through that process of identifying what is special or outstanding. And that methodology that has been included, it's referencing the assessing historic places and historic heritage areas for the New Zealand Heritage List. And that sets out a number of criteria, which duplicates that criteria of those guidelines. The amendments that were made through the supplementary evidence version of the provisions requires that the criteria that's utilised in Appendix 8 must be applied using the method that is set out in those guidelines themselves, which provides some step-by-step instructions for practitioners to apply and understand this criteria.
Sorry, carry on.
I just wanted to note that the categorisation of what is special or outstanding is consistent with that which is used to categorise heritage under the New Zealand Heritage New Zealand Pōheri Taonga Act in terms of Category 1 places and sites.
Yeah. Okay, so I suppose I look at the sort of the list of the points in step 2, and they're still there's a lot of overlap, I suppose, with step 1. It's not, is it necessarily provided the guidance to get to that next level? I mean, I suppose as part of that, that if you if you qualify under that New Zealand Heritage List, that would automatically put you into a sort of outstanding or special category. And if that's the case, should that be referenced? I suppose I sort of look at this and see, well, yeah, that's sort of, it almost could be kind of a cut down version of what's in step 1. I just wonder how easy it's going to be to apply, I suppose. Yeah.
Yes, it's, I guess the intention of including this methodology in the plan was to ensure that that the method that we do apply in Otago is consistent across the region itself and nationally in terms of identifying what is historic heritage, what's special or outstanding, and providing a reference to the guidelines and the methodology that has been set out in that is considered best practice. And that was also important as part of ensuring that what we set out in terms of identifying and categorising historic heritage is something that is consistent and readily able to be repeated.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think my other points have been covered off.
No, I'm going to jump all over the show. I'm sorry, there's been more than the questions I've got to you, but probably best to start with that Appendix 8 discussion and just take that a bit further. But to keep it raised with you, the fact that in that expanded guideline that has been utilised for Appendix 8, there's reference to aesthetic values. And just looking through step 2, I'm struggling to see where any of those step 2 items address aesthetic values, possibly public esteem for the place. But can you identify any more?
So if we're looking at the definition of aesthetic value or the description of that criteria,
No, the steps in step 2.
So I'm just
So
looking
you're trying to, in essence, as I understand it, step 2 is saying this is the process you undertake to work out whether or not there's special or outstanding characteristics. And yet, when one then turns to the values, which step 2 has to be applied, the very one that's causing Mr. Kevin a concern, and I must say has surprised me a little, aesthetic value for a historic heritage issue. I'm struggling to see that the guidelines draw your attention to anything that's relevant to aesthetic value for what's outstanding and committed.
So it might be useful to clarify the 2 steps there in the appendix. The first is in the context of the definition of historic heritage in the RMA, is then identifying a place or area that has a value such as aesthetic or archaeological architectural type value. And once that place has been identified and it's acknowledged that has historic heritage, it's then going on to categorise whether or not that place or area or site is special or outstanding. And the test that's set out, or the guidelines set out each of those, that criteria, and that criteria could apply to any of those sites, regardless of what value has been identified as important to determine whether or not that site has historic heritage.
But it's almost axiomatic, isn't it, that if something is likely to be outstanding or special, it will have been identified as having that value from step 1.
Yes. But if we are going to be acknowledging that it's significant or special, it's that second step that differentiates it from just an area that has historic heritage versus something that is special outstanding, which has a different effects management hierarchy that applies.
Indeed. And what I'm really putting as a challenge to you is, where's the identification in step 2 of what is outstanding or special relating to aesthetic values?
From first view, I think it is those values that you have already identified in terms of public esteem, community association. There could be technical accomplishment in terms of value or design, symbolic or commemorative value of the place. So we're looking at aesthetic qualities that are especially pleasing or particularly beautiful or overwhelming to the senses. So there could be a number of those additional criteria that might meet that.
So just help me out. I was busy trying to open the Act on my phone, the Heritage Act, at the time that you were speaking. Were you saying that those the guidelines themselves, do they have a statutory base in that Act?
I will need to check that. From
If you
from
could,
memory, it is.
and
From memory, it isn't.
Through Ms. Septon, if you could come back with a specific reference, if there is a statutory requirement for guidelines to be set by Heritage New Zealand, then it would be helpful to know what that statutory base was. On a quick look through just the title of the Act, I just couldn't pick it up.
Yeah, similar understanding, and I will check that for you.
Thank you. There's an intriguing submission by Kaitahu at paragraph 62, seeking the addition in relation to what he talked of the words "where appropriate." And at paragraph 66, you question that and say that it's difficult to if a value is not identified in some way, it's difficult to protect it effectively, difficult for people using land to manage around it. And you commenced by saying, I'm not certain about the text where appropriate. It's just really the flip side, isn't it, of the inappropriate subdivision use and development phrase that happens to be in the section 6F, but isn't in section 6E. Really just the flip side of it.
Yes, it is.
I mean, the Act requires decision makers to decide what's inappropriate. Is there really a difficulty with decision makers having to decide what might be appropriate?
I see your point there, and I do agree with you there. I don't think there is, it is a requirement for us to determine what is appropriate and inappropriate in these cases.
I mean, it's going to be an evidence base in each case, isn't it?
It will be.
Yes. The only other major thing I just wanted to run past you was in the methods at method 4 and method 5, we end up with wording directing essentially for regional plans in terms of method 4 and district plans in method 5. Mechanisms that, and the wording used is control the following where they might adversely affect historic heritage. If we look at method 5 in particular, say for district plans. So councils are getting a direction in terms of the methods through this regional policy statement that you must put in place in your plans methods of controlling. How does that sit with, for example, policy 5 at a higher level, which requires protection of historic heritage by avoiding adverse effects on places with special or outstanding historic heritage values? So you're shutting the door in one policy level, but in the method, you're opening the door.
The policy 5, which talks about avoiding adverse effects on areas or places with special or outstanding historic heritage.
Well, I gave you that example,
Yeah.
but if you go to the immediate next one, it's avoiding
It's also
adverse
avoiding.
priority,
Yes.
etc. So
And then it
what
was,
I'm really saying is you've got a policy that's talking about avoid, you've got methods that are talking about control.
and in terms of avoiding adverse effects, we've also got a couple of exemptions there in terms of providing for adaptive reuse or upgrade, which might result in some effects on those values, and it is provided for, so that there should be a pathway there in terms of consenting to enable those types of uses. And similarly with the development of recognising the infrastructure, significant and regionally significant infrastructure, a different effects hierarchy applies there. So it's not seeking that we avoid those activities, it is avoiding the adverse effects, and there are also some exemptions to those. So there, in my mind, there is a need to provide that pathway for control or for setting out a consenting framework. And it may include some prohibited activities, but I still think control is the most appropriate word or term to use here.
Thank you for that. And that really brings me to the last question that I had for you, which was indeed that upgrade provision in policy 7. And it's worded maintain historic heritage values through the integration of historic heritage values into new activities and the adaptive reuse or upgrade of historic heritage places and areas. Now, to me, that doesn't appear to allow for the possibility of upgrade out beyond the footprint of the particular building or site involved. Am I right in that assumption?
The policy uses the terms places and areas, and we're acknowledging that if we're looking at it could be an area of historic heritage that goes beyond a particular building or site. So in that regard, it could go beyond the footprint of an existing built structure, if that's helpful.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bennell. Very clear, thank you. And we'll have to hear from you again.
Yes.
Right. We're at the Central Otago Heritage Trust, and I'll take my read.
Dismiss them. But I should apologise in advance for the drop in calibre in the chair. Luckily for you folk, I'm only here for one submission. So we have Mr. Shakti and
Ms. Russia.
sorry.
Ms. Russia.
Right. Thank you. Well, we're in your hands. Thank you.
Morena. Mo Grey Shakti. Coco Ingo. No Waitra. Me Kotarania. Me Amani. Oku Tupura. Ke te noho o ki manahirakia. I am Grey Shakti. My ancestors are from Waitra, Scotland, in Germany, and I live in Alexandria. Please.
Ko Christy Russia Inoa. My ancestors originate from Scotland and England. And our family first landed in Dunedin, but then quickly moved to Taranaki and Nelson. And it's a pleasure to have the privilege of living in Otago and continuing, I guess, a tradition of living in this place.
I'm also the founding chair of the Central Otago Heritage Trust. I continue to serve as an elected trustee. The trust was established in 2008. It's a membership-based organisation, and our 8 trustees are appointed by Central Otago's major heritage organisations to represent their collective interests for the protection, preservation, and celebration of Central Otago's historic heritage. This morning, I and Anne Christie will speak to the Trust's written submission about what we perceive to be a signal failure to fully define and consider cultural heritage values, specifically those considered to be intangible, but which are nonetheless important. To that point, I request that we all keep in mind the policy's statement of purpose, which includes a resolution to identify and, I quote, resolve over time significant values and management issues relating to Otago's resources, including historic heritage. I also refer to part 1 and under the heading Kaitahu values, an explanation of whakawhanau kātaka, concept that binds people together, providing a foundation for a sense of unity, belonging and cohesion, not very different, I suggest, without intending any offence, to the European notion of a heritage legacy, which informs our sense of identity by helping us to understand who we are and where we come from. In essence, the Trust submission seeks relief by way of a number of, in three forms. Firstly, we request that the definition of historic heritage, which we will reference, which will reference both the tangible and intangible qualities of cultural heritage. We ask that it recognise the contributions of all ethnicities to Otago's distinctive heritage legacy. I've already described, and Christy has mentioned hers, our mixed heritage, which is likely shared by many thousands of other residents, certainly in New Zealand and in Otago. And by established policies which encourage or direct Otago's district councils to support the identification, the recording and preservation of all our cultural heritage values, including those without a physical presence, but nonetheless of which we're always aware. I believe our arguments arise from what the Trust and its member groups actually do in Central Otago. I'm ad libbing here by saying that most of those members would be completely befuddled by trying to follow the conversations that we've already listened to this morning, because it means nothing to what they do. I doubt that there are few places in New Zealand where nature, history, and human enterprise combine as readily as they do in Otago. That fusion continues to inform and shape the region's identity and special character, leaving historical markers which, over time, we've come to consider to be a legacy, should be passed on to future generations. When I arrived in Central last century, that legacy of dramatic, often forbidding landscapes.
You sound old, but you're not really.
It sounds good, doesn't it? And occasional remnant stone buildings in various stages of decay was largely taken for granted. The Historic Places Trust, or the Historic Places Act, made provisions protecting pre-1900 buildings and significant historic sites, but their actual preservation was literally left in the hands of a relatively few enthusiasts and volunteers who lacked any coordination, management, or ongoing funding. A new century and an increasing flow of new arrivals by way of both people and dairy cows woke a popular consciousness that those landscapes and historic remnants, which had been taken largely for granted, were now increasingly at risk of despoliation and destruction. The Trust's role was initially defined in a council-driven community consultation document towards better heritage outcomes. Those community-led aspirations for our heritage and its management are still reflected in our current strategic plan. Since 2019, the Trust has received annual financial support from the Central Otago District Council. It's enabled us to employ a part-time coordinator whose role is to assist and encourage community groups to preserve and celebrate Central Otago's heritage legacy. Summarising some of the outcomes that the Trust has achieved, I'd like to mention the following. We've grown our membership to include 21 organisations who share a focus on heritage matters. We've created a Central Otago Memory Bank. It's a digital repository. Our oral history program has now trained 31 interviewers and captured more than 68 oral histories, which preserve stories on a wide range of topics across the district. The Trust has developed a strong rapport with our members by assisting them with funding and grant applications and promoting their initiatives. For example, the Otago Goldfield Heritage Trust presently has an initiative to develop a Central Otago Heritage Inventory. We've identified opportunities for collaboration and resource sharing. And again, an example, we've been promoting the establishment of a Central Otago Museums Trust, and that's now a reality. We've developed a communication strategy, which by way of website, heritage seminars, quarterly newsletters, and an events calendar, all contribute to an increasing interest in heritage by the wider Central Otago community And lastly, but not least, certainly, we have assumed an advocacy role. And for example, we've been advocating for a number of years heritage precinct guidelines. And I'm pleased to be able to say that these will shortly be, a draft will shortly be circulated by Council for community consultation. Now, I've taken time to describe and detail these outcomes because in terms of informing our sense of identity and helping to understand who we are, it's this growing collection of images, documents, letters, recorded memories, which provide substance to the material evidence of old buildings. Together, they form the fabric of our multicultural heritage legacy. But their qualities are largely intangible, and unlike the intangible elements of Wāhi Tupuna, they are not recognised by regional policies or rules, which focus primarily on archaeological and built heritage, as we heard so earlier this morning. So the Trust considers the proposed policy statement provides a significant opportunity to recognise and protect our cultural heritage. Otago's historic heritage is vulnerable, always at risk of degradation and neglect. Much of it is protected only by a network of volunteer organisations and individuals reliant on fundraising efforts and charitable grants. Given that heritage attracts new residents to our world of difference and underpins the well-being and prosperity of Otago by way of a thriving visitor industry, it does seem strange that historic heritage isn't formally recognised as a valuable economic resource, nor afforded the same level of protection and management as is customary for other vulnerable economic assets, such as air, land, and water. It's equally difficult to understand why such a valuable resource as historic heritage must rely for protection on the goodwill and passionate commitment of volunteers, when the beneficiary is clearly the wider community. Why shouldn't communities contribute to the long-term protection and maintenance of their legacy? Perhaps by some small rating impost to create a regional heritage fund, which in the future district heritage entities like the Central Otago Heritage Trust might draw on to assist with ongoing and new heritage projects. I'll leave at that point for you to ponder on those questions and ask Christy to look further into the draft and some of the points from which our concerns arise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So as Gray has highlighted, this section of our submission is going to dive more closely into the language and the structure of the proposed regional policy statement. And really a key point to highlight to you is that the ORPS has a significant role in setting expectations for the preservation of cultural heritage. Communities may continue to celebrate their origins and appreciate their connection to ancestors and expressions of cultural values. In that regard, it is disappointing to have the opposite comments state that it's unnecessary to include a brief description of the history of Otago. In that comment, you'll see is footnoted, or that reference I'm making is footnoted there for your information. Descriptive text provides the context for the provisions of the regional policy statement, and it is an important guideline for the implementation of its policies. And look, I'm going to segue here into a point made in opening comments by Ms. Fenimore. She was talking this morning about the request from the infrastructure or utilities services. And I just want to highlight a recent example in St Bethans, which I think pulls these issues into focus. So the power company, Aurora, was looking at the replacement of lines in St Bethans in the last few months. And the original plan was to replace the existing wooden power poles with concrete or cement power poles. Now, St Bethans being a particularly significant historic town, that doesn't fit with the aesthetic. In fact, a perfect fit with the aesthetic would be no power lines, because of course it was founded before power existed. So an RPS would be influential in setting that expectation for utilities network companies to make decisions that are consistent with the community's wishes for how they want the historic fabric and appearance of their built infrastructure and their built homes. So it's not enough just to say, oh, the power companies need priority to change a heritage building in order to connect power. Of course, that's sensible and appropriate, but some communities want some leverage so that they can have an honest and direct conversation and set expectations, or have assistance in setting expectations for utility services to deliver an outcome that's compatible with their vision for their homes and their wider cultural values. So I think that's quite a nice way of illustrating how these interests and issues segue, and why the regional policy statement has this important role in setting a context, setting a description to facilitate and strengthen the community's ability to have those conversations. Gives us a foundation and a platform to say, actually, there's a reason that you need to look beyond the physical constraints that you think you're operating under, because you've got to look at this bigger picture and our wishes. So it doesn't matter which community it is. I'm using St Bethans because that was a recent issue. Other parts of the Central Otago district don't have that same desire. Oturihura, they've always wanted to have the most modern infrastructure they can possibly have, and they're very proud of it. They want the concrete poles. So we don't want to see one rule set for everybody within a region. But what we do want to see is that communities have their voice and they have the opportunity to advocate for what they see as important for them to recognise and celebrate their history.
Thank you.
So just returning to the submission, I've left off and I'm in through, we haven't numbered our paragraphs, but I'm reading to you from the fourth paragraph from the bottom, which starts, the contextual background of the RPS should be included so that a clear link between communities assessing whether their action and activities align with and achieve the regional policy statement. This is important for community groups deciding their priorities for action. And you've heard from Gray earlier about some of the things the Central Otago Heritage Trust has put its attention on. We review what's in policy statements and district plans and other documents for other areas so that we ensure that we're targeting our effort and resource to features of communities that are recognised in those, and we can point to our activities aligning to implementing those outcomes. So look, I just really want to highlight that as much as we have an RMA focus here, the consequences of the content of the plan goes much broader than a resource consent or a district plan. So the absence of a contextual background means that the regional policy statement doesn't have sufficient content to achieve that broader purpose of the Resource Management Act, which provides for the protection of historic heritage as a matter of national importance. And of course, that's a reference to Section 6. The outcome of the RPS will therefore not have an outcome that matches the intent of its source legislation. So what we're saying is not only will we not have the opportunity to develop and respond to what's in the RPS beyond the RMA, we're saying actually, unfortunately, in its current drafted form, it's not achieving sufficiently what that statutory purpose and context is. So it's important to take a more proactive role in the recognition of intangible heritage. And it was disappointing not to have in the appendix, I've forgotten the number, with the identification of sites, just a more similar linkage following the pedagogy of the ICMOS Charter, which is being adopted and ratified by Parliament. And look, I would accept that ICMOS is not referenced in any particular statutory document, but I would say that it provides a useful and helpful structure for deciding what criteria are used for identification and protection of heritage areas. And the difference between, or the significance of ICOMOS is that it does expressly recognise the importance of intangible elements of heritage. So perhaps I might just take you to the last page of the submission, which is actually just what it's the definition of historic heritage. And if you just pull that apart and have that alongside you for the rest of the submission. What I really want to point out to you is that ICOMOS does, all these intangible elements that the Central Otago Heritage Trust is seeking to be introduced through this contextual content that we say is missing, is that we've got historic heritage defined as those natural and physical resources. Now, look, that's clearly a tangible element, but those are contributing to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures, plural. And I think sometimes that plurality, or that we read cultures plural as culture singular. And what we're actually going to, I'll come into the language and the drafting of a particular policy in the RPS, but this is just a helpful way of highlighting to you that the statutory basis or framework is available for you to introduce those intangible elements, because we have not only the requirement to preserve and protect tangible features, but also to protect an understanding and appreciation, which is your intangible elements. And we say that the ICOMOS Charter fits in to that intangible branch. And we say, therefore, that ICOMOS Charter should have a much, or the pedagogy of it doesn't have to be it literally, because it's not a direct fit, should be informing the appendice for the identification of sites of historic heritage. So I'm just on the final paragraph of this page, where we're talking about the specific provisions of the RPS on the express drafting changes that we have sought as a trust. We say that the plan, or the policy statement, sorry, should include contextual descriptive text to provide a clear conceptual link between the provisions of the RPS and the protection of historic heritage. We request that the officers are directed to insert some contextual content. Now, we haven't provided you with that, but if we were invited to do so, we would take the opportunity to provide some content for consideration. Turning specifically to the provision HCV HHP3, and I'm referring here to the version that has been included in the supplementary evidence. Okay. But actually there's nothing too significant. I just want to, because the one that's circulated this morning is probably the same. So we say that HCV HHP3 does not provide for the intangible cultural heritage values of a number of other cultures, such as migrants from Asia, Europe, and Pacific nations, which have all contributed to the fabric of the Otago region. And in particular, in the Central Otago district, we've got a lot of recognition of Asian immigrants from all various parts of China. That's very significant to the parks and open spaces in Arrowtown or in St. Bathans, Lawrence, Roxburgh, Alexandra. So it's an element that's common to a number of areas in part of the region. And we say that when you look at the wording of HCV-HHP3, we have a clear recognition of Kaitahu cultural and historic heritage values and sites, but that shouldn't be read. Our concern is that would be read as excluding origins of other migrant backgrounds. So it's simply requesting that cultural origins from other parts of the world are given similar recognition and treatment with express drafting in this policy. And again, we haven't proposed any specific or particular words. We think that's best developed by an expert in that area, but highlight that this is an absence and it is significant for our communities. We're saying also that this policy doesn't adequately recognise intangible elements of historic heritage. There's no requirement within this or within the site recognition appendice that talks about the relevance of those features to understanding and appreciation of the New Zealand cultures, which is what is required. Well, that is within the definition of historic heritage in the RMA. So what we're saying is it's not enough just to say there's something important or has some oldness to it. What we're saying is it needs to also contribute to the understanding and appreciation of that history, heritage and culture. So that really talks to your point you made earlier about the difference between wāhi, tapu and the cultural landscapes. And you know, one is a broader concept than the other. So really we're singing from the same song sheet in that regard. We've got to do much more to link the plan to achieve this purpose of having an understanding and appreciation of culture, regardless of where that originates. So our last point is slightly more technical and mechanical. We understand that it is intended for the policy statement to be provided online in a series of isolated sections. What we're requesting is that that publication doesn't occur in that form. We consider that there must be cross-referencing within a PDF version of the regional policy statement. It's simply not sufficient for someone to look purely at, for example, HCB HHP3 and think that they've captured everything in the policy statement about recognising areas. It has to be linked to the appendices. It has to be linked, you know, for the example of St Bathans with their power utilities. It needs to be linked through into infrastructure. But this is the job of providing those textual context descriptions. If that was available, then and a linkage provided to that, it informs readers about the intent and purpose of the policy statement. And we appreciate that you that hyperlinking is a difficult task to achieve accurately, but what we're saying is it's worthwhile and it's a good investment, and it's important to have as a tool to make this policy statement cohesive and usable. So we think also that textual linkages or context has to be provided. It simply shouldn't be one page that describes HCB, HHP3. There should actually also be visible that overarching purpose and intent or descriptive statement so that it's not hanging loosely in isolation. Without the above adjustments requested by the Trust, we consider that the proposed Otago regional policy statement will not achieve its intended outcomes, and we request that you give consideration to the points that we've made in our submission and today.
Thank you very much for that, folks. Before I throw to the other commissioners, I should probably actually thank you on behalf of the community for all the good work that you are doing. We do acknowledge all the achievements and work that you have done there. I have to make a confession as well. I actually own a heritage building in Central Otago, which you probably know because it's reasonably well known. You're looking at me because I've got to tell you what it is. The old Steergrass Inn in Britain.
Ah,
Yes.
yes.
So don't complain about the fence.
No.
That was a practical necessity so my dog didn't get killed on the road.
Yeah.
So I understand all the issues that you've raised. So I'll throw over to Ro for questions now.
Yeah, thanks very much. You know, sometimes it is helpful if people come up with suggested wording to change to understand what you're saying, but it does kind of help if we had a clearer picture. But I do. But I want to touch on a phrase you repeatedly refer to, which is intangible values. Just talk to me about intangible values, the broader. What do you mean exactly?
It's a very difficult thing to immediately understand, but it's all of those things that we live with every day. We look at our landscapes, and when we take the time, we think, isn't this much? They are majestic, they are rugged, they are scary, they're threatening. That's an intangible feeling that is part of the attraction of Central Otago. When you bring it down to matters of historic heritage, yes, a stone building we can look at, and we can respect the workmanship of it, and we can look at, aren't we lucky that we celebrate the fact that we've been saved? But that building only comes to life when you think about the people that have lived in it, the people that have worked there. And so we set out to actually record who lived there, what did they do when they were in that building, what stories can they tell us by way of their letters or their diaries or artifacts that they've worked with. And we make sure that those things are tied together. That's the purpose of the memory bank I mentioned, which is a place where and increasingly we're finding that people are discovering in an old chest or under their mother's bed or grandmother's bed a suitcase with letters and cards and photographs, and they're all meaningful. These things, they have a value which is intangible, but when you relate them to a building or a certain period in time, an activity, they suddenly come alive. I could go on, but I won't. I hope I'm displaying my enthusiasm.
And look, picking up on that enthusiasm, I'd just like to answer that question by talking to you about the definition of historic heritage in the Act, which refers to understanding and appreciation. So an example from the Trust's work on having oral histories recorded is we have the hospital in the Maniototo. Now, not a particularly significant building in the context of what historic heritage criteria would typically be, but a significant service to the community and something that's quite close to their hearts. And we had the privilege of recording an oral history from one of the early trainees at the hospital. She wasn't, because of the location of the Maniototo, she wasn't able to train, and the reasons of her family, she couldn't train as a nurse, but she was dedicated to her community. And her story and her oral history is all about how those buildings influenced and informed the way that the hospital operated, which informed the management structure. It had an influence on what they wore. If you didn't have the privilege of wearing a red cape, you weren't allowed to live at the nurses' home. So just some of those, it's not purely about the building and the nurses' home, because that's not significant when you look at it. It doesn't have any particular aesthetic appearance or pleasing elements to it, because it's fallen out of fashion as an architectural design, if it ever had any. But what's significant and important is the connection in those intangible values, which is not just people's relationship with that place and space in the building, but what that meant for the community as a whole. Because what that person went on to say in their oral history was that if you were out of the nurse's home, you always had to wear your red cape, and the young men of the district were always looking for red in the street, and so that they could meet someone who was going to stay.
Yeah, I'm a bit old-fashioned, I suppose. I like listening to stories. Stories is what, to me, intangible values is largely about. I mean, you don't have a story to describe what you're talking about. It kind of, it hangs out there, you know. Doesn't really, you know. I raise this because if you're insisting that the RPS needs to reflect these things in a much better way than is seen at the moment, how do you do that though in a plan or in a piece of legislation? That's not the easiest thing to.
I'm sure that Christy will have some suggestions, but I'd like to begin a conversation or a dialogue there in the sense that we really do understand that as commissioners, you will have great difficulty trying to implement the things that we're asking. But I did note at the beginning that there is a responsibility by the commissioners to overcome. And I think what we've identified is not just a problem with the RPS, it's a hole in the legislation. And I think somehow perhaps the starting point might be a note or a pointer in your findings, which brings us to a broader attention, because nobody else really seems to be following us on this lead at the moment. So perhaps maybe the commissioners can help in some way by pointing to the need to review the legislation, particularly at the time when we're going to bring in a new act and the new built heritage, the draft bill there has some interesting points. It does mention cultural history. And I think there's an opportunity perhaps to make submissions to that act at the very least.
And look, I think developing that point, we're certainly not saying that because one person has a clear recollection of their career in a building as a nurse aide, that makes the building significant and it needs to go through a resource consent process. What we're saying is that with the connection of people to those places and spaces, the RPS needs to recognise and provide for that relationship, because that links to the definition of historic heritage, which is about understanding and appreciation. So what we're saying is that your role in identifying sites of historic heritage isn't simply to say a district plan must be written to push those places and spaces through a consent process. We're saying actually the plan needs to provide elements like oral histories, and recognise that, let's say you get a consent to knock that building down. There's still some value in recording it, recording its plans, recording it by photograph, recording it by oral history. And so what we're saying is there's a dimension to protecting historic heritage from inappropriate use in subdivision and development by making an accurate record. And look, we did refer to that in our first submission, but what we're really requesting is that that expectation is set, that no matter how that building is adapted and reused, or perhaps it's appropriate for it to be demolished, there still is a connection and a relationship with the community that needs to be recognised, recorded and accessible, no matter which cultural history or origin, or has your family got people in the cemeteries. We're saying those intangible elements are so significant, and that there needs to be an expectation set for recording that. And I think as I guess my experience in resource management cases in the Environment Court and other councils would be that this is an emerging and developing area of heritage planning. It's not at all intended, heritage is a living thing, and it's not necessarily intended that things are preserved in stone and preserved in one form or in its existing form. Heritage is a movable feast, but what is important is recording its place and time at particular points in its in the life cycle of a building or an asset, or the life cycle of a community, or the life cycle of someone's career. Those are the things that link to understanding and appreciating New Zealand's history.
I'd just like to take the opportunity to segue on from what Chrissy's just said about nothing stands still, history doesn't stand still. And there is there is a broad conception that history stopped in 1900 because that's what the acts say. But in fact, we are already moving ahead. We are attempting, by way of oral histories and gathering documents, to record, for example, the history of the building of the Clyde Dam, a significant event, a significant feature, but nobody really knows very much about that. There's a couple of technical books that have been written. So that's one of the things that we're attempting to do. And I think more recently, our oral history group has made specific deliberate attempts to record the memories of children and people who lived through COVID, because that will be a very significant time when future generations look back and they wonder, well, how did people would deal with that? Well, they didn't go to school. They didn't do all this. I won't wax on.
But look, if you were looking for a particular recommendation about how to achieve that in the RPS, I would encourage you to consider developing the appendix about the recognition of sites or places of historic heritage, and include oral histories as one of the, or even perhaps going one step further, having an equivalent of an accidental discovery protocol for sites that are about to be adapted and reused or demolished, and say, look, these are the expectations that our community has for recording and accessing that information. Now, look, that simply we're requesting an expectation, because that conversation needs to happen within the community as to what is recorded and preserved. Different parts of Central Otago will have vastly different views on what's important, and different cultural groups have different views. I'm part of the family where they would definitely resist any attempt to record or repair cemetery records, because that's a place of, they know who's there and they want that to die with them. They don't want anyone to go in and research or record or recognise. And I think I can see how that's been introduced into these policies for Kaitahu, and we're simply saying there's a similar approach that needs to be taken in other aspects.
Sure, sure. I mean, modern technology now has presented us with tools we never had before, and Kaitahu would be the first to admit that, you know, oral history is one thing and we cling to that. But I think in order to make sure that that's preserved and it's used, and which is one of the key things, I mean, you don't just have it there and just put it away so no one sees it. It's got to be used, and in the case of Kaitahu, for example, they'd be wanting their future generations to be accessing that, just as you're saying here now for the broader heritage thing in Central Otago.
That's right. And so having a protocol to guide those conversations on that specific topic of recording and identifying, recording the site and its connection and its relationships and those intangible qualities as far as possible before it's changed or destroyed. And look, that's an entirely new idea, but we've got a lot of qualified people who can assist within the purview of the trust.
And I must acknowledge that we've been talking a lot about Central Otago. We're using Central as an example, but I'm aware that in all the other districts of Otago, there are groups like ours, and there are similar things going on. So we're not just talking about Central, we're talking about something that applies to the whole of the region.
All right. Look, thank you very much. I've enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you, Bianca.
Yeah, just echoing what Ro and Helen have said. Thank you for the work that you do, and for bringing it to us today as well. Just a couple of questions for me while we've been talking. I've just pulled up the Ethnos Charter because that's something that I'm not familiar with. And I suppose I was just interested. You know, you've said it could be useful for informing, and I presume you're referring to Appendix 8, which is the read you the title just to make sure the identification criteria for places and areas. Yeah. And I'm just sort of wondering, you know, you'll be familiar with this charter, I presume. I mean, are you thinking that bits of that could be woven in, or are you thinking that Appendix 8 needs a bit of a rewrite? I'm just trying to clarify, what are the important aspects of this charter, and what are the sort of key holes in Appendix 8, and how do you see it fitting in there?
Yeah, so I see Appendix 8 as applying to tangible heritage. And what the difference is with ICOMOS is that it expressly recognises the difference between tangible and intangible. So not so much suggesting that you lift and shift content from ICOMOS into Appendix 8, but certainly recognising that philosophically or pedagogically there is a express recognition of the two different types of historic heritage, and that the plan as it's currently drafted is only responding to physical heritage, and we are simply wanting to have that intangible heritage recognised within this policy statement and its significance and importance. And we see that pathway being informed by ICOMOS. We also see that pathway being informed through the definition of historic heritage. We say that the officers have adopted a very narrow interpretation, which overlooks that requirement for a contribution to understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and culture. And we say that, I guess, the ICOMOS charter more neatly resolves that. And so it's a good reference tool.
Yeah, thank you for that. I also sort of see from your submission that you'd like to see some descriptive text in there too. And I'm just interested, where you think that should go, looking at the overall sort of structure of how the RPS is put together. I mean, there's a resource management overview section. I don't know if you looked at that, or whether you think it would be appropriate to sort of, perhaps beef that up around historic and cultural values, or in the historic and cultural values section, there's also principal reasons and an explanation as well. I mean, do you think it would sit better within the sector?
Yes, I do. It needs to also, I think, recognise that the purpose of recording or recognising heritage places is that the job of that is to contribute to the understanding and appreciation of history and cultures, so that there is a clear link back to the RMA. And look, that doesn't need to be long. That can simply be 1 or 2 sentences. But then we need to actually have a descriptive section, again, doesn't need to be long, which actually, for the purpose of the heritage chapter or the heritage provisions, needs to actually describe what Australian history is. Because otherwise, how do we know as communities what we need to prioritise in community groups? How do they know that they're implementing the intent and the purpose of this policy statement through their activities and what they're coordinating? So actually, what we're saying is the plan doesn't have a natural home for that, and what we've in the way that it's currently drafted, but we don't think it will disrupt the structure of the plan to include it, and we're requesting that officers are directed to insert text to achieve that outcome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dan. Just following on from that, I would have thought maybe the description of the region would be the place you have text around that, and even in relation to those intangible elements, Rogue highlighted the question I had around that, how to deal with that in a statutory document, but you can give me a clip round the ears if you want, Rogue, but when I look at the mana whenua section, that deals with concepts similar to what you were talking about in some ways. And as you rightly point out, it's the understanding and appreciation. And that's all kind of in the mana whenua section when we talk about Whaitahu values. And that's hard to define. And Rose continually telling us, well, that's a new definition, or that doesn't mean that somewhere else. And so it's quite interesting because it evolved. But you could have something like in your description of the region, where the resources what you're talking about, and then a connection from that into somewhere else around those intangibles.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, but as Roddy also said, it's very difficult for us unless we see some text and how that might pan out. But
Look, we're
So-
happy to contribute to that
Yeah.
solution.
we have been asking for those contributions as we go. So if we get to that point, we'll definitely involve them. But on that issue, sorry, Christy, I forgot your last name because I do know that you used to work in Dunedin. So dealing with heritage and those records, I guess, that you were talking about, and I've been involved in a few of these things, and what generally happens if the building, for example, does have to be knocked over because there's safety issues and it's stuck basically. What is normally required, like point cloud surveys are required of the facades, everything, an archaeological study is required, which actually lists all who was there and what they did. So that sort of stuff is done. That probably doesn't go as far as the oral history sort of stuff, but are you saying that in the sort of the context of the RTS at the moment that's not strong enough, or it's not there at the moment, that needs to be brought out somehow?
Yes, it does. And look, I'm growing more and more enthusiastic about a protocol around that. And I think one of the challenges that I've noticed with working for councils previously is that, of course, once you've got this content, that's great. It's only half the battle. You actually have to have a home for it to be stored and recorded. And look, I have recently done some work with, in a very preliminary way, with National Library and the digitisation project that they're running. Because of course they're the home of the Alexander Turnbull Library, which has got all of the photographic resources and documentary archiving. And we're working, the trust through me is connecting in with Te Papa in terms of how do we record photographic information like taonga within museums, and how do we catalogue and communicate that. Look, there are pathways for doing that. So I wouldn't say that just because there's not a current protocol or practice that's not an excuse for not doing the collection. And I think we're not that far away in Otago from having a home for it, which is accessible nationally.
And understand the point you made around how plans are put online. Remember, I think there are two ways you can have it live, and then there are PDF chapters that you can download or watch. But thinking ahead of what you're saying, that live version and the description could have a link to all that stuff. It would kind of have to, I think, probably sit outside the actual statutory provisions of the plan, probably.
I think what I'm requesting is an index.
Index,
Now, an
yeah.
index, a keyword index would be useful, a provisions or relationships index would be useful. And it's a conversation that we had with officers a few months back when there was some pre-consultation around the hearings. And look, the feedback that we received was accuracy is difficult. Conceptually, this plan isn't drafted in a manner that facilitates that, and that was its intention. And that the other thing is that it's difficult to follow or update those references when the statement changes in the future. Look, we don't see those as barriers. We think that's still a worthwhile investment because it actually directly achieves cohesion within the planning document or the policy statement, which is essential. You can't have an implemented and effective policy statement that isn't cohesive and directing people to the right content.
Yeah, I guess the push that we may get back on something like that is that, well, that's a good idea, but that really should be at a district planning level.
I think that's where the planners at a district plan level
Need the
would
direction.
need that direction and they need that assistance, because otherwise you're transmitting the burden onto the local community that with a lesser resource or a lesser capacity potentially. Not necessarily the same with DCC, but we need to tune the plan to the lowest resourced area.
Yeah.
And I guess that's one of the challenges of our region is we've got the lowest resource and the highest heritage value.
I think at the risk of repeating myself, I think this comes back to my point about heritage being recognised as a resource, because all of the things that we're starting to talk about now are a cost. They're costly to set up databases and to provide the technology. And so that's not the role, I'm sure, of the Commission, but again, a reference to that and the need for district councils, perhaps with assistance from the region, can see there's a pathway and a responsibility to help make those resources available.
Yeah, I did note you suggested a rate that is beyond what we could require.
I had to get it on the record.
Yeah, and don't worry about repeating yourself, because we feel like we're repeating ourselves sort of every couple of hours, so with the same questions. Okay, well, that was very interesting and helpful, thanks. Is there any more questions on Washington? No. Nothing further from you, folks. Well, thank you very much for your time. It was very valuable. We'll get the box back now. I'm thinking that we will carry on and hear Kokahi before a break, given no one else is here. Breaking and then hearing one and breaking for lunch. Happy with that? That's you, Mr. Barker. Oh, sorry, that's you, Mr. Barker.
Mr. Acting Chair.
We're going to have a natural break first day.
You'll have that in there.
So a balloon break.
Kind of, if you just, yeah, often there's no mention.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, and yeah.
Right. Right, thank you. Mr. Chair, I've largely avoided adding to your paper trail. I don't have a summary. We haven't had legal submissions in relation to the HCV provisions. And I think that's a reflection of the fact that I myself am very much aligned, I think, with section 22A of the has ended up via supplementary evidence, and where I guess the wider Kaitahu position is in relation to the Waihitu provisions in particular. So if I might just make a couple of opening comments and then take any questions. One is that we don't have cultural witnesses here today, and I think that is very much, it's partly about their ability and their time, but it's also about that we are very much comfortable with where the provisions around Waihitu are at the moment. However, at least one cultural witness will be available for the coastal hearing on 1st of March. So if you have any sort of questions more of a relating to cultural matters, they'll probably do a place to answer those. And just the second comment and opening is the appendix AP11, which I distributed Friday in paper form today. Just apologies for not circulating that earlier. I was just waiting for the Heritage New Zealand Pohuri Taonga planner to be back in town. They were on leave, so I didn't get to touch base with them on my proposed amendments to that appendix until last week. So available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Barker. Al?
Thank you. Only sort of one question really, Michael, and it's useful that you're here because you understand how the DCC plan works and all that context. So we have had submissions concerned about objective 1, Waihi Kapuna, etc., as identified and protected, and what that might mean when you connect it with the other objectives that Kaitahu are able to exercise their role as kaitiaki in those areas, which will quite often involve private land. So you've got any understanding of how that may work in that context? And the way the DCC plan works, like I think I said last week, it's not scary. It's just people perceive it as being scary, but it's not how you. And I'm just wondering if that's how you envisage it working, the way it works across the region, because I'm not sure if anyone else outside of DCC have identified those areas on their plans.
So they are identified in the Queenstown plan. Yep, decisions have been made and we're in the fill period in relation to those, and been working through that. And just a couple of remaining appellants. So it's following a similar process of mapping Waihitu Puna and having slightly different to the Dunedin, and that in Dunedin largely acts as another assessment map, if you like. When you're in an area, be it a landscape area or a coastal area, then there's just also mapped as Waihitu Puna. Then you have to take into account mana whenua values. In Queenstown, it's slightly different, and there are rules that conceivably triggered just through being in a Waihitu Puna, and I think that's pretty much a reflection of the plan architecture and the rule suite relating to Queenstown being a bit different. It's quite a different environment, as you'll appreciate, in that most of the rural area of Queenstown is mapped as ONL, so it's coming at it for slightly different ways.
just for your information, the Waitaki district plan has been through a sort of pre-notification consultation exercise where they released a entire draft, if you like, to the public, which included Waihi Tupuna mapping. So we're sort of working through a bit of feedback around that. And then there's been some various initial draft Waihi Tupuna mapping for Central Otago district as well, which hasn't been out in the public forum per se, although that is available via the CODC website. I'm starting to lose a little bit of the track of that, what your question was through my sort of explaining, but are you asking me how much of a perceived threat it is to land owners or plan
I
users?
guess how far it could go, and I was interested in the Queenstown one because of the DCC. It's very clear what the values are and what will trigger a need for steering when you're getting resource consent, regardless of what it is. You get need to get EWIA approval and address those values, and it's pretty harmless. It's pretty standard stuff. It's just how, for example, in the Queenstown area, how far that might go, and they're pretty litigious bunch up there. So interesting to know how that might pan out in that context, if that's the only thing that's triggering the need for a consent, because they do cover big areas. And you got some pretty big landscapes up there. I imagine you're dealing with.
You're right. It is quite a litigious environment, but I think the interesting thing about the Waihi Tupuna process, and I sort of hark back, I think, to Mr. Ellison's opening presentation, where he talked about this sort of 30-year time frame since RMA and the recognition of mana whenua provisions, how that sort of travelled within that time frame, and it's very much the same for the Waihi Tupuna provisions. It's almost as much about the process of engagement as it is about the destination. And what we're finding with working with landowners and people who sort of see this initially as a bit of a, what's this all about, is it's about that process of relationship building, trying to impart an understanding of sort of Kaitai values and relationships to these areas. And in the Queenstown example, I think we're finding that it's not an easy road, but it is potentially a very fruitful one. The number of submissions on the notified plan was around 300 mark, like by and large opposed to Waihi Tupuna. That's went down to about 11 appellants plus Bruno. And I don't want to speak out of turn, but we're hopeful of avoiding hearing time on that, just as we work with those landowners, developers, and sort of communicate what it's about. It helps creating clarity within planning environment as well, I think, as a mechanism for something that reflects relationships that are there across the district, but provides a little bit of clarity around where the values might be.
I guess that was the point that keeps raised, is the lack of certainty around that. And actually your cultural witnesses did touch on that. Once farmers understood where the values were and what they're about, they actually became actively involved because they found it interesting and what it actually, I think it might have been Brendan or David talking about our Karatani way.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, so you're right, it's that relationship. But yeah, no, thank you. That was useful. Thank you.
Hello. Are you able to tell me how often a protocol like this has had to be used so far in Otago?
I think there's the reason why, in my personal opinion, and probably Kaitahu more generally, are quite supportive of this being brought into the RPS. I think our experience is that accidental discovery protocols are used. They have been used well when there's larger public processes, whereby probably Kaitahu had input early on. I think the Dunedin Hospital is a good example. The Arterials project in Queenstown is another good example where
St. Clair Hotel.
St. Clair Hotel is a very topical one at the moment, but by and large, whether there are those large processes in place where kaitia who have input early on, then they do get used, when in other examples are very rare of an ADB being triggered.
And part of my asking the question is that you're suggesting here that the Papatipu Runaka would be the first port of call, whereas in the past they just said iwi, the relevant iwi or the relevant upwards, which are two different things in some respects. And I wondered how successfully that process was operating, if indeed it was. Well, you talk about the appropriate. I guess in actual practice, knowing which is the appropriate runanga is not a problem. Wouldn't be for the council. I don't imagine it would be. I mean, we have it in Karitani, you know exactly kind of who to go to. But does that work also in Central Otago? Is it that simple, that straightforward?
I wouldn't say it's that simple in Central Otago. You know, it gets a little bit more blurred in terms of whose pakiwa you're within, but I think that's why Okaha and Taumarama are there as a sort of channel that information to the runaka and find out who should be involved in these processes. So my recommended changes here, I think, are very much a reflection of existing practice rather than anything new.
Yeah, I imagine that's why it works. The other point I just wanted to pick up on is that where you've quite clearly and rightly pointed out that in the case of human bones, that the local runaka would take the lead pretty much in how that's handled. But what about other bones? And I'm being a bit cheeky when I say this. I mean, well, I mean, if it were indeed possible that you could come up with more bones, for example, so I don't imagine that you could, but who knows? That would be an interesting sort of. I kind of imagine that Kaitahu would want to jump in with and have a fairly prominent part to play in that scenario.
Yes, using your more for an example, I guess it would probably just reading through this ADP as it stands. If it was a more hunter site, then you would, I guess, classify that as a site of Māori origin, and then Papatipu Runanga would directly be involved anyway. If it was just a more bone found in a sort of natural environment setting, I guess I would imagine that Runanga would be contacted anyway as a protocol thing, as the way these things work anyway.
No, that's all of it. Thank you.
I'd be flippant saying so, but as I was listening to Rose's question, I thought that if the site is of Māori origin, and more bones are most likely to relate to Māori activity, I would suspect, although you could have natural situations. Anybody picking up this regional policy statement and reading it, if we adopt the Appendix 11 amendments, where do they go to find the Te Runanga o Ngāi Koiwi Tangata Policy 2019?
So it is available online, and apologies, I sort of circulated it also, but I can forward you a link. It is available electronically.
Right, thank you. And the only other question I had, Mr. Buffett, was just the Kaitahu submission, which actually sort of wording of where appropriate, and their associated cultural values are identified where appropriate and protected. I was dealing with another aspect of that connotation of appropriate with Ms. Fenimore, but is there a different driver behind that request, i.e. that the decision making for whether or not disclosure is to occur in an open public setting is behind that wording?
That was behind the intent of the original submission, and on reflection, reading section 42A rationale, I sort of backed off that, if you like. Because I guess there's a difference between doing work to do, say, cultural mapping and values identification anyway, and then where that ends up in a plan, say mapped in a plan or in another public forum. So I think then you follow through to the methods, and then they talk about the appropriateness or otherwise of identification and plans, and Kaitahu having the say, if you like, around that. I think at the objective higher level, I think it is appropriate that entrepreneur and their values should be identified in some form, but whether or not it makes its way through to being identified publicly in the plan will depend very much on the site or area and the Kaitahu feelings around identification of that.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Market. Just one mop-up point of clarification from me. In relation to HHP 3, and I take the amendment that to clause 1 and that you're requesting there. I just wanted to clarify in relation to clause 10, where it refers to kaitahu occupation sites. Is that specifically kaitahu, or is there potential for non-kaitahu occupation sites as well? We're sort of linking that 1 and 10 as there.
I think if it's talking about occupation sites in the coastal environment, that very much will be kaitahu whānui and encompassing Kati Mamoi and Waitaha. I guess you understand the point I'm making around clause 1? Like
Yes, I do. Yeah, no, that's clear. I just wanted to clarify that the occupation sites were largely going to be kaitahu and not sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Now, before we break, there's been quite a few changes, I think, for today and tomorrow. Are you able to just inform the panel and in a public setting what the timing is for this afternoon?
So we have Horace start Vodafone this afternoon, and then we're finished for today. And then tomorrow morning we have Oceana Gold first up. And then we're starting on the urban form and development chapter.
Thank you. And so this afternoon, if you heard from Chorus as to what time they might be available.
They had indicated they would be available at 1 p.m.
Well, okay, thank you very much. All right, we're grateful.
So, Kate,
So commissioners, there was just a small item of homework, and I'm not sure if you'd like me to address it now, just a question around any statutory requirements with respect to the guidelines.
Yes.
Yes, sure. So I have just forwarded Kate a copy of the guidelines to provide for you. So the short answer is there is no statutory requirement. The Resource Management Act at section 61(2) requires that when changing or amending plans and regional policy statements, the council must have regard to any relevant entry on the New Zealand Heritage List under the Heritage New Zealand Pohare Taonga Act. And then, so that's quite on point, but then section 66 sets out that criteria, and that's a statutory requirement. The guidelines, I don't know if you have them yet, but they were created by Heritage New Zealand. And if you look at pages 4 and 5, the idea was to provide guidance to both Heritage New Zealand and governance in applying that statutory criteria that we're talking about and have set out. The aims were to clarify what should be assessed under each criterion, to build robust cases and clarify the thresholds for significance. And the whole point in the guidance was to provide a common basis for the understanding of each criterion, how they related, and consistency and greater certainty. So while there's no statutory requirement, the submission is that great weight really should be given to those in creating that consistent approach. But that's really more a planning merits argument.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Right, so we're at the stage of chorus and others. And so who have we got up here?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Ms. Dibley. I'm here for the telecommunication companies being Chorus New Zealand Limited, Vodafone New Zealand Limited, and Spark New Zealand Trading Limited.
Thank you.
Before I begin, we circulated some legal submissions yesterday, and I wanted to make sure that you have a copy of those in front of you.
Just to be physically in our hands now, and we're underway. Yes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Today I propose to address the key points raised in my legal submissions, and then we'll pass to Mr. Horn, who will provide an overview of his planning evidence, and then I'll pass to Mr. McCarrison and Mr. Cantor to address the key points relevant to this chapter from their perspective. Are the Commissioners comfortable with that approach?
Indeed, thank you.
Thank you. As addressed by Mr. Manhinnick last week on the significant resource management issues, the telecommunications companies are interested in the proposed regional policy statement insofar as the proposed provisions impact on the ability to maintain, upgrade and provide telecommunications infrastructure in the Otago region. Mr. Manhinnick set out the importance of the telecommunications network to people and communities, and also set out how telecommunications infrastructure is a constantly changing network made up of multiple components. It's important to recognise here that all of those components are required to provide connectivity. I don't propose to repeat the detail addressed by Mr. Manhinnick, but wish to note here that the successful maintenance, upgrading and provision of all components of the telecommunications network is critical to the delivery of safe, efficient and reliable telecommunications infrastructure, which we rely on every day. In paragraphs 2.2 and 2.3 of my submissions, I set out how the telecommunication companies rely on the national environmental standards for telecommunication facilities for the delivery of significant parts of their network. However, where infrastructure and service connections are required to be located in sensitive areas, of which there are many in the Otago region, district plan rules often apply. This is particularly relevant for the historical and cultural values topic, because telecommunications service connections to historic buildings often require resource consent under the relevant district plan. An enabling planning framework for infrastructure is therefore key to ensuring that the telecommunication companies can continue servicing heritage buildings in the Otago region. At paragraph 3.1, I set out how telecommunications infrastructure plays an important role in supporting the ongoing use, protection and upkeep of historic heritage buildings. And then at 3.3, I note that the telecommunication company's key concern in relation to the historical and cultural values topic is that the provisions as notified may end up precluding or making it more challenging to obtain resource consents for infrastructure service connections for heritage buildings. And that's because of the strong avoid adverse effects policy framework that applies by way of policy HCV P5 for infrastructure. The telecommunication companies sought in their submission a new clause be added to this policy to recognise that infrastructure connections support the ongoing use and protection of historic heritage. While the Section 42A author has agreed that service connections provide support to heritage buildings, they haven't recommended that a specific mention of telecommunications services is required within that policy. Some amendments are recommended, however, those don't necessarily address the telecommunication company's key concerns regarding the strong adverse effects, avoid adverse effects framework that applies currently. I understand that the Section 42A author hasn't changed that position through this hearing. At paragraph 3.3, I've set out the policy framework proposed in Policy 5 and then go on to explain how the reference to the Infrastructure Policy 13 in subsection 6 doesn't provide an enabling framework or pathway through that avoid adverse effects directive for all telecommunications infrastructure. This is while Policy 13 subsection 2 in that energy, infrastructure and transport chapter enables effects of infrastructure to be managed where there are functional or operational needs for infrastructure to locate in sensitive areas. That exception is limited to nationally or regionally significant infrastructure only. And then for infrastructure more generally, Policy 13 requires adverse effects be avoided. At paragraph 3.6, I set out why the distinction between nationally and regionally significant infrastructure in Policy 13 and infrastructure more generally is important, because telecommunications service connections to heritage buildings may not currently fall within the definition for regionally significant infrastructure. The telecommunications company have sought an amendment to that definition to ensure that the entire network is included. However, without that amendment, there is a risk that the notified policy framework in the historical and cultural values chapter might result in a service connection to a scheduled heritage building being precluded or deemed to fall foul of Policy 5. And that's purely because of the avoid directive, which may then result in district plans, including non-complying activity status or notification of infrastructure service connections to heritage buildings. In my submission, this solution is quite simple and can be dealt with by an amendment to the definition of regionally significant infrastructure as set out at my paragraph 4.2. I note this amendment is also supported by the Section 42A author for the energy, infrastructure and transport chapter. However, we'll address that in more detail in our attendance at the hearing for that chapter. If that amended definition isn't adopted by the commissioners, the telecommunication companies respectfully request that alternative amendments be considered, and these will be addressed by Mr. Horn. Unless you've got any questions, I propose to pass to Mr. Horn now.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Ms. DeBleek. Just one question from me. I don't have the NES in front of me. So when you refer to sensitive natural and built environments and you refer to historic heritage, I guess what you're saying there is that that's going to be determined at, say, a district plan level where those environments may be. For example, a heritage precinct would come under that, and then the regulations split you into a different category. Is that what happens under the regulations?
Yes, and I might pass to Mr. McCarrison for some additional commentary here, but there is a permitted activity framework under the NES, and if you fall within a sensitive environment, which can include a historic heritage or heritage precinct, then you can no longer rely on those permitted activity provisions, and you fall to be regulated by the district plan.
Okay, so in the actual regulations, you don't go to controlled or discretionary. It's at the whim of the local council.
Yes.
Okay, got that. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I had. Thanks.
Have you got those regulations in front of you by any chance? The NES for telecommunications facilities?
No, I don't, but I can get those up very quickly.
Good. And I'm particularly just interested in, given your answer to Mr. Kiewit, is now your view of the effect of regulations 14 and 15. Oh, and 16. One more, even 17, because it seems there's a hierarchy then if you don't fall within the permitted activity standard.
Mr. Chairman, I might be able to assist on that if it saves time. Essentially what the regs say is if you're not permitted by the NES provisions, but you're a permitted or controlled activity in the district plan, then you're a controlled activity in the regs. If you're a restricted discretionary activity in the district plan, then you're a restricted discretionary activity in the regs. Same for discretionary in the plan, discretionary in the regs. So essentially the district plan dictates what you are once you're not permitted by the regs.
I see, yes. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. And that's the only question that I had arising out of your submissions. Thank you, Ms. Dibley. So if we move to Mr. Horn, is it?
Yes, it is. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Look, I don't have a lot to say, to be honest. If there's absolutely no problem with the heritage section, as recommended in the 42A report, if policy EIT INF P13 in the infrastructure section is properly addressed, and obviously that's a discussion for another day. As was set out by legal counsel, it becomes quite circular because heritage P5 for infrastructure directs you to that policy. And as that policy is drafted, if you're not nationally or regionally significant infrastructure, the policy imperative is to avoid. So as notified, if you wanted to do a heritage connection to a heritage listed building, the policy imperative is currently notified as avoid. So that's becomes problematic because obviously if you want to use a heritage building, you need things like electricity and telecommunications to viably use it. And if you viably use it, it encourages the upkeep. So it's actually a good thing. And the 42 officer, reporting officer agrees. So it's a matter of how you deliver that. So as I say, if EIT INF P13 B2 or the whole policy is addressed properly, no change to the section will be needed. There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen on that provision from a lot of submitters, so we're not quite sure how that's going to play out yet as to what the fixes or not might be. So I guess the only point I wish to make is if that doesn't resolve this issue of avoiding adverse effects for heritage connections, then you would have to fix it directly in this chapter, unless the intent was to avoid them, which I doubt is what the intent is. So I don't have any drafting solutions to suggest today for HHP5. It does cross-refer to HHP7, which gives circumstances where the avoid might not apply. So you'd probably have to do something with both of them. But hopefully this won't be necessary because it will get addressed in the EIT chapter. And that's really the summary of my position on that.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Just a quick question, really. We had a submitter early this morning. I'm not sure if you're online for the Central Otago Heritage Trust, and as you'll be aware, there are a lot of heritage sort of small heritage gold mining towns in Central Otago. They raised the issue of St. Bathans, and it was in relation to I think probably more electricity lines as opposed to your concern. Putting up concrete poles in a heritage precinct, which didn't sort of fit. So I'm wondering how that sort of local issue is addressed by policy P13 rather than avoid. Is there a pathway through there for you and for the locals to be involved in an issue like that, or how does it work? Because sorry, I haven't read that provision yet, so I'm not sure what it's actually saying.
So the short answer is yes. So P13 has like a cascade of considerations if you meet the nationally or regionally significant infrastructure threshold. So it's not giving you a free pass, it's giving you a cascade of considerations. It's like an effects hierarchy, if you like, to determine if it's appropriate. So it's not a free pass, but then if you don't meet that regionally significant infrastructure threshold, then you're in a void. So what I would argue is that hierarchy should apply to all infrastructure, and then that deals with that issue. And so it doesn't mean to say that everything should be a permitted activity. It may indeed need consent. A lot of councils have adopted connections to listed heritage buildings as a controlled activity, for example, and that allows consultation with the likes of the council heritage people to make sure that's done appropriately and sensitively to that building. So yeah, I think it needs that sort of effects hierarchy consideration, but not a straight out avoid.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. Thank you. A lot of people are actually saying that effects hierarchy should apply to everything, not just infrastructure, given the avoid approach. Thank you.
Yeah, just one question, and I suppose you're saying that your problems with this chapter go away a little bit if policy 13 and the EIT chapter is addressed. And I was just jumping to that EIT 13, and I know we're not at that yet, we'll probably get evidence on it down the track, but I do note that policy only states when providing for new infrastructure, etc. I mean, would you consider, say, if you were just upgrading the connections or something like that, would that policy even cover that? That was my sort of concern about the linkage across, given what your submission points are.
Yeah, I unfortunately haven't prepared in detail on that other chapter, but as my recollection has it, there's a different one for upgrades. So if you were going to pull a line out and put a higher capacity line in on the same sort of span to the building, then I would argue that other upgrade one would cover it. And from memory, it doesn't have that avoid. I am going off memory, so don't hang me for this.
Yeah.
But if you're putting a fresh service lead in where there wasn't one, then the new one would kick in my view.
Okay, so the concern is, yeah, I mean, would you then want P5 to refer through to EIT, INF, P12 as well? Or I'm just, and I suppose this depends how you, which one's going to trump the other one. You'd say that the EIT chapter policy 12 would be your way through there for maintenance.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, they're read together.
Exactly.
But the heritage one has that very specific connection to 13 because it's thinking about the things that might have the most impact. And so it's just making sure that if it's going to have that specific connection, what it connects to actually works. But certainly, you could expand that cross-reference to 12 and 13 for the avoidance of doubt. I mean, that might not be a bad idea, but to be honest, I haven't given that a lot of thought.
Okay, now my notes tell me I have another question. I'll just see if it's been covered off or not. Oh, look, this is just a minor. In your evidence at paragraph 4.18, I just wanted to clarify that where you've got EIT, INF, P1 subsection, so it's P13.
Oh yes, sorry about that. Definitely P13.
We'd make sure our records are correct at this end. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Horn, I'm just struggling a little bit with these provisions in P5. You look at this is the recommended version, this is the changes, and it has an exception on sub clause 2, except in circumstances where HHP7 applies.
Yes.
And so that's avoiding adverse effects on special or outstanding heritage values. But in circumstances where P7 applies, maintain those values into new activities and the adaptive reuse of or upgrade of historic heritage places and areas. So is the regime in terms of outstanding or special heritage values that you have a consent pathway through P7, but you're saying that at the lower level, where adverse effects cannot be completely avoided, they're remedied or mitigated. Next step up as a first priority, avoid. And above that, avoiding significant adverse effects. So, so you're really saying that adverse effects on special or outstanding have their own consent pathway under P7, but you're saying that strangely adverse effects, significant adverse effects have to be on historic heritage values have to be avoided.
I'm desperately looking for that provision where you're talking to.
Right.
I had it at my fingertips before, but
you got the volume, the 31 October 2022 volume or not?
I have very little volumes because I'm stuck at home in a cyclone. So I've got little bits and pieces printed out.
That's right. That's right. Okay, we're going to have to work our way through that as well.
Look, I think my concern, sir, is that P5 takes you directly to INF P13, saying that's what applies to infrastructure. And if you're not regionally significant, you've got an avoid. I didn't think that P7 got you out of jail on that. That may indeed be where you provide the fix if EIT P13 didn't get changed, but I haven't sort of put my mind to any drafting there at the moment.
Right. Well, when we do get to 13, do turn your mind to it, would you? Because and look at the linkage with P7, and because it would seem odd if P7 is providing a consent pathway that P5 just doesn't, well, it does talk about that, but only in one subclause. And
I will specifically comment on that at that hearing. In fact, we're planning a face-to-face hearing for that topic because it's the most substantive appearance for this submitter group. So then the committee won't be 3 millimeters high in the corner of my screen, which will be good too.
right.
If I can assist just briefly there, sir, the policy P5 as notified kicks out basically application of subsection 1 through to subsection 5.
That's the answer.
And so subsection 6 says that basically the cascade above doesn't apply for infrastructure, which would include all of the telecommunications network. So then that is managed by policy P13, and that distinguishes between nationally and regionally significant infrastructure and then infrastructure more generally. So through that subsection 6, some of the telecommunications network is required to avoid adverse effects on historic heritage values.
Yeah.
Does it exist?
Yes, it does. Thank you. Yes, it does. All right. No, look, I better stop because if I don't want to go into 13, and that's really where I'm going. So wait till that later date. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. And I'm sorry we've landed with a tough job, Mr. Wong, at that minute the other day, but there we are. You volunteer.
Did volunteer.
Thank you.
Great. Now I thought I would propose to pass to Mr. McCarrison and Mr. Cantor to address any key concerns from their perspective.
Thank you. Afternoon, gentlemen. As soon as one of you speaks, you come up on our screen. At the moment, you're very small images.
Thanks. I might come there, Graham. I don't have a lot to add, to be honest. Just to reiterate, from Chorus's perspective, our key concern is to have an enabling policy framework that does allow us to provide primarily these days fibre connections to these heritage resources to sort of enable their ongoing usefulness, if you like. So I'm not too phased how we get to the resolution, but it is a very important one for us. Thank you.
Sorry, Andrew, were you going to talk about the position that we've reached with Heritage New Zealand and that sort of thing as well? So.
I mean, I can do that. That sort of once we get down to a rules framework at district plan level, but we have reached sort of consensus with Heritage New Zealand through consent orders in other parts of the country where they have essentially provided a permitted activity standard for providing customer connections to heritage buildings. So it's something that they are comfortable with themselves.
Have you reached that discussion in terms of Otago or
not? No, we haven't been through that process with them for Otago.
Is there any reason why that shouldn't apply, that same sort of consensual approach in relation to Otago?
No reason why it shouldn't approach it. It just hasn't occurred as of yet. That came about through sort of the appeal process, that previous example.
Are you able to use the imperative of this hearing process and the EIT hearings coming up for you to be able to advance that situation with Heritage New Zealand?
I'm happy to reach out to them. I don't know if they were, had any concerns with this particular policy as it was worded, but I'm happy to approach them.
Look, it would be something that I would certainly impress on you if you could, please, Mr. Cantor, because as far as we're concerned, obviously, and I imagine ORC as well, the attitude of Heritage New Zealand to these types of heritage values is pretty fundamental. And if you were able to achieve a consensual situation for this particular regional policy statement, it would be very helpful indeed.
Certainly.
And I've got nothing to add. I mean, other than the example that in Queenstown Lakes already in their new district plan, then we do have these sort of provisions. So,
With what was the attitude of Heritage New Zealand in respect to those provisions?
I don't believe that. I remember them submitting on the fact that there's provision for customer connections to heritage buildings there. So.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. There may be other questions. No further questions for Mr. Cantor or Mr. McHarrison. So thank you both, gentlemen, for appearing today. Thank you, Ms. Tivoli. Is that concluded?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And we'll see you in whenever it is. EIT provisions. All right. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Is that it? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Conclude the hearings today. Thank you very much. And what time are we tomorrow?
9 a.m.
Good.
It's nice and